Entebbe Cricket Oval, ladies and gentlemen. From wherever you're catching this game, this is the High Performance Cup, which is happening between three teams, two from Uganda, the Uganda emerging team, Uganda under-19, and a team from Rwanda, the Rwanda under-19 team. A practice series of sorts, because the teams playing in this tournament have other engagements. Uganda under-19 and Rwanda under-19 will be having that under-19 World Cup qualifier happening later on this year down in Kigali. And not so many months away, because that tournament starts on 4th August. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi here in the comms, and the clash that we are having right on your screens, one which started a little late because of a heavy downpour here in Entebbe, and the clash between Uganda under-19 and Uganda emerging. Two sides that are both looking to make a mark. But first things first, the news that came from the center, Uganda emerging one day toss and opted to bat first. A game being reduced to 20 overs aside, power play, the first one at 4, the second one after 12 overs, and the two umpires standing in this game, Norbert Abi standing alongside Jeremiah Alpha Adowa. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, and I'll be taking you through the beautiful stories of this game. Kakuru Cyrus alongside Amos Ahura will be opening the batting, whereas Larry Itagi will be opening the bowling there for the Uganda under-19. And here we are, moments away from seeing the first ball of this match. Larry Itagi from Nyakasura School ready to make a mark. Express pace. And here we go for the first ball. Hit up in the air right away there by Cyrus Kakuru. And it finds the waiting Abraiz Binu Ali at mid-off. Ali inroads. First ball. First wicket. Uganda emerging, losing their first wicket. Cyrus Kakuru was thinking that you could somehow start off the pressure right away. But it is Itagi Larry who picks up the first wicket. And now pressure back to the Uganda emerging, as they did lose their opening batter, wicket-keeper batter, Cyrus Kakuru. A little hit into the surface there by Larry Itagi. Kakuru Cyrus looking to pick up on the length. But in the end, he manages to pick up a waiting fielder there at mid-off. And the first wicket there goes. Something to celebrate and something to smile for. I tell you, this team made a ruthless performance against Rwanda emerging yesterday. The Uganda emerging coming up on top of that game against Rwanda under-19 yesterday. They won that game by a massive 244 runs. But these sides, because they have players who know each other a little, some play in the same clubs, it is going to be a pound-for-pound match. Uganda emerging has high chances of picking up the win, but I tell you, in their way, is that under-19 team who will be hoping that they can give them a very good run of their money. But here we are for the stories. A game which could have been a 50-over aside match. Unfortunately, we can only manage to have 25 aside. Jaffa Ochaya, one of the two changes that have been made by Uganda emerging, is the new batter in. Getting it off the hip, but doesn't pick it up very nicely, and it is a dot ball. But good bowling there from Larry Itagi, making sure that on each and every ball he keeps the wickets into play. It is a dot ball. Uganda emerging, making two changes in the lineup that played yesterday against Rwanda. Jaffa Ochaya and Simon Okecho coming in for Brian Asaba and Perry Wazombe. But an interesting squad for the emerging team. Many players who have played for the Uganda under-19 in the past. Brilliant bowling there from Larry Itaji, extracting some bit of bounce off the surface, and it is a dot ball. And when you look at this team for Uganda emerging, some of the players who played for the Uganda under-19 in the last World Cup appearance, Cyrus Kakuru, Edwin Nwagawa, Amos Ahura, Brian Asaba, Ochaya Jaffa, and Pius Oluka, all being some of those players. But also players like Perry Wazombe, Simon Okecho have played for the Uganda under-19 in the past. He's been getting the bounce off the surface there, and the ball drifting nicely there to the wicket keeper. Runs yet to come on board. 0 for 1. It's all happening here at Entebbe. Down the leg, and it will be wides. Larry Itaga dropping his head off that one. He was somehow bowling the good areas, but on this occasion doesn't manage to keep it in the good area, and wides will be the first runs on board there for Uganda emerging. He has 30 man and Fine Leg doing the raider roll. A bit of a bumper ball there coming in from Jaffa Ochaya. And they will take the single. Good running, good rotation of strike between these two players, Amos Ahura and Jaffa Ochaya. Amos Ahura in that team that played yesterday with that massive victory for the Uganda emerging against Rwanda under 19. $244 runs win. That one keeping very low, not picked up by the batter and not well collected by the wicketkeeper Robert Owili. And it will be by runs there indicated by the umpire. When you look at yesterday's game, the man who scored most of the runs was Robert Arjuna, 94 of 99. But as we come to the end of the first over, 3 for 1 is the score. So it was Kakuru yesterday posted the 31 of 24. And it was Perry Wazombe who was dismissed for a golden duck by Patrick Iradukunda. Ahura Hamos, who didn't open batting yesterday, came in at number 4, scored 24 of 29. But to bowl the second over of this game is Ogenrot Kenneth. Kenneth Ogenrot bowls express pace, product of the Northern's Cricket Hub. He should be proud for the strides that he has made. Turu Bangakene were also products of the Northern's Cricket Hub alongside Felix Ochan. Now, the man who plays from Concord Women Cricket Club making his mark. Bounces it into the surface, but not picked up very nicely there by Amos Ahura. Dabbing it straight to the cover area, and it is a dot ball. An interesting thing about the field setup for the under-19 team of Uganda. Fine Leg, 30 man. Braismere Ali, Felix Ochan, right at the boundary. And these two were both at mid-on and mid-off respectively. But some good bowling there from Ogenrot. He's trying to make sure that he extracts bounce off the surface. And Ahura not looking so good and comfortable with that pull shot. And it is the second dirty ball on trot there for Kenneth Ogenrot. Currently a student at St. Cornelius SS Kalagala. Kenneth Ogenrot. But one of the mainstays in that school team. This time around, he doesn't go for the extra space. Slow release there for him, and it somehow sticks into the surface. Remember, there was a heavy power. And somehow when they were working on the wicket, a bit of a drizzle came back. So meaning the wicket will be stick a bit, because now the sun had just started to coming out here. Meaning we will see the wicket bringing the ball a little quicker, but that will be later on in the innings. It is sticking a bit because it hasn't been baked well by the sun. Edge, but doesn't carry to any fielder. Runs down to 30 man, and it is Amos Ahura who gets off the mark. runs not coming easy the way of the Uganda emerging. Just 4 runs after 1.4. The first power play is at 4 overs, where we'll be seeing them take outside 2 more fielders, and the last fielder will be out after the next 12 overs. But good work here being done by the Uganda under 19. They are trying to make sure that they give the emerging a very good run for their money. A little into the surface, but it will be adjudged by the umpire there. But you see the approach and hit it there from Jaffa Ochaya. He was really thinking that that ball was coming close to his body line. So open up your pad, try and pull it away, because there is no protection on the onside. Even just having it past the fielder who is waiting there, the captain at mid-wicket, you stand a very big chance of picking up the double. And in a game where you're not picking so many boundaries, you'll need to make sure that your running between the wickets is so superb. But the two teams complementing each other very well to make all the colors that are in the Ugandan flag. The under 19 boys donning that yellow and red, whereas the emerging players have that all black apparel, looking very, very good and smart. But this tournament will be coming to the end tomorrow as the Rwanda under 19 team squares off against the Uganda under 19 team. Uganda under 19 team has beaten Rwanda twice in this tournament, and tomorrow Rwanda should get out of the blocks and come pound for pound if they pick up something in this tournament. But a very good initiative there between Cricket Uganda and Rwanda Cricket Association. That's what I was talking about. When you ball it into the borderline and it is hit on the onside, there is not too much protection. The fielders at the onside way fine leg and mid wicket. So every time you put it to the gap past that 30, there's a very big chance of picking up the double. And that double picked up will bring us to the end of over number 2, scoreboard reading 7-1. Very, very ruthless yesterday. Uganda emerging. They scored 301 runs all out in 46.3 overs against the Rwanda under 19 team, and Rwanda under 19 team being bundled out for just 57 in 27.4. Pulled away, but it doesn't run away. Finds the fielder there. There's a bowling change right away for the Uganda under 19. Oh, sorry, there is no bowling change. It is Larry Itaji who returns for his second over. Somehow, in terms of stature and height, he somehow resembled Felix Ochan. Larry Itagi, one of those players who played for the Nyakasura school team during the finals of the boys nationals last year down in Fort Portal. Nyakasura not managing to win that one. So College Mweri clinching another trophy. But that's much better there from Larry Itagi. If they're not hitting for boundaries, I think it's okay. They are hitting and running, and that's much better. It means you're bowling the good areas. But this tournament comes in at a time when the Ugandan under 19, the Uganda under 19 players are now have to change their thinking, their mentality and game approach. Because when you look at the level of cricket and the type played at school, it is a T20 game. But now because they're going in for a long format tournament, the 50 overs, you need to make sure that these changes come in early. Up in the air, there is a waiting fielder. Catch is taken. Second wicket. There goes Amos Ahura falling to his teammate. To his teammates, because Samuel Ahisibo, who took the catch, and the bowler Larry Itagi both play for the Awojo Cricket Club in our domestic league. A little bounced into the surface. Amos Ahura thinking of pulling it, but it doesn't time it well. And it is a catch that is taken. And the second wicket goes 9 for 2 after 2.3 overs. Larry Itagi taking both wickets for Team Uganda. Both of them being catches, but good bowling. He has gotten a way of varying the pace and hitting it into the surface. making sure that he creates chances for the Uganda under-19 team. The Uganda 19 team will have something to smile for and to boast about if they do come out on top in this game. But Robert Ajuna, who was really the leading runs scorer yesterday, he scored 94 of 99 at a circuit of 94, but not so bad in T20. He came in at number 5, but because of the changes that are being made by the coach Roger Mukasa, he now comes in at number 4. Thick edge, but not sleep in place. You feel that they have missed something there because Larry Tag is bowling that hard line and bowling it outside off stump. If you have a sleep in place for the new batter, you stand a very big chance of picking up the wicket. But Robert Ajuna finally off the mark. Not so comfortable in playing that shot, a little cheeky, but he will take the run. And now just 10 after 2.4. Current run at 3.75. But what tournament we do have on the cards here? The margin coming in to test the Rwanda under-19 and the Uganda under-19. Beautifully played there by Jaffa Ochaya, picking up the fielder at short fine, and they will take another single. They will keep motoring on and finding the runs because we are yet to see a boundary in this innings. So meaning it has to be very good running between the wickets. And remember, the outfield is a little slow. So even the balls that could have run away, because there was rains in the morning here at Entebbe, the outfield is slow. It so means that for you to hit and pick up a boundary, you need to hit hard. So for the moment when you're not finding the boundaries, the running has to be so top. There's a backward point fielder in place, Richard Sohera. But again, not a very good lane there, bowled by Larry Itagi, and you clear the approach there from Robert Ajuna, trying to work it leg side. And Robert Ajuna is a very player with the unconventional onside shots. He loves playing the sweep shots, the slog sweeps. So if you're Samuel Ahaisibo, you don't want to bowl to that area. And one thing synonymous about Larry Itagi and Robert Ajuna, they are both products of the Nyakasura school. Ivan Thawithemura, former coach of the under-19 team, doing a lot of good work in making sure that these youngsters get this game down the leg, but not judged wide. And it is a dot ball to bring us to the end of over number 3. 12 for 2 is the score. Again, Rod Kenneth returning to bowl his second over and the third in this game. I beg your pardon, the fourth in this game. And after this over, we shall be seeing the first power play coming to an end, because this is a long format game despite 20 overs being played aside. Pace off delivery there from Ogen Road and right into the block hole. Some good bowling there. Good start. It's the dot ball to start off his over. He goes pace off again, but the slower there, well guided to the boundary, and a misfield. A rare one to see for the Uganda under-19, and that will be the first boundary. Just getting bat to ball. And that one runs all the way to the boundary. First boundary in this match. The ball was really traveling, but a little slippery there, the surface, because of the drizzles. Now one bounced into the surface. That's much better. When he went pace off, the batters looked comfortable, and now he goes back to his express pace, and he manages to pick up that dot ball. Ochaya Jaffa there trying to go on and find the runs for the Uganda emerging team. 9 of 11 for him, and Robert Ajuna still on 1 of 2. But these two continuing to make a mark. Thick edge. Straighters would love to see it, but work to do there by the fielder. Another diving effort there from the man in the deep. Doesn't stop that boundary. 2 boundaries past Larry Itagi. And now runs are starting to flow for the Uganda under 19. 2 boundaries in the over. Jaffa, which are still motoring on. The effort there from Larry Itagi didn't really help him to stop that ball. And the ball rolling all the way to the boundary. 2 more balls remaining in this over by Kenneth Ogenroth. Much better there from Kenneth Ogenroth. He doesn't go for the express pace. He bowls it a little slow, and he manages to pick up the dirty ball. Good comeback there from Kenneth. Because he's been sent to the boundary, you'd feel that some pressure was coming back to him, but he manages to hold his nerves. 1 more ball remaining to complete the first power play of this game. Straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and they will do take the single, bring us to the end of the 4th over and the first power play. 21 for 2 is the score after 4 overs. Two wickets have fallen inside the power play there for the Uganda emerging. Amos Ahura quickly following Cyrus Kakuru. There will be a bowling change there for the Uganda under 19 team. Jackson Asiku coming into the attack to replace Larry Itagi. Jackson Asiku from the St. John's High School, Kauga. And now he comes into the attack there, replacing Larry Itagi. But the boundaries the previous over have now picked up the run rate from 3 to 5. And now, because they have a liberty of using 4 fielders, because the first power play has come to an end, they introduce a fielder at long on, Larry Itagi. There is another fielder there, Samuel Ahisibwe at extra cover. Third man and fine leg are the 4 being used. A mid-wicket in place for those leading edges. Tips onto that one, but it was traveling. Rubanga Kenny's effort will not give him a wicket, but it will save that one from going all the way to the boundary. Ochaya Jaffa pouncing off that pitched ball, that over-pitched ball, and trying to play a lofted drive of sorts. And the captain for the Uganda 19, Rubanga Kenny, Daniel Alex, giving it an effort, but in the end not getting hold onto the chance. You feel that it was a hard chance to take. Maybe if you had tried to punch it up in the air, you could have settled down and picked up the catch. But in the end, it's a chance that goes in vain. Shimmy down the track, but the creamer will stop there by Jackson Asiku, right in his fall through. But going down in quick time to stop that one from running away. And that's a much better effort there from Jackson Asiku, because the fielder at long off is up. So you need to make sure that those balls are not going past him, because if anything goes past Abrai's middle early at mid-off, maybe it can go all the way to the boundary. So that could be the thinking there for him, fighting hard. Lofted over the head of the mid-off fielder, and it rolls all the way to the boundary. Jaffa Ocha showing that today is his day. He picks up on it very nicely, and he picks up the third boundary for himself, and the third one for the team. What a brilliant effort there from Jackson Asiku. But also equal to the challenge, Jaffa Ochaya has sensed that one all the way. Yesterday, Jaffa Ochaya was at the playing 11 against Rwanda. I imagine that he must have been somewhere itching and saying, how I wish I was inside there. Now when he comes in, he's really enjoying taking the liking to the bowling of Asiku. He goes again, and the effort there by Richard Soda diving backward of point can't save that one. Ball runs to the boundary. You would feel that now the tap of runs has been opened up by Jaffa Ochaya. 10 runs in this Jackson Asiku over. The run rate, which started as 5 at the start of this over, is now 6.64. So Jackson Asiku will be hoping that he can somehow work with this team to make sure that they reduce on the leakage of runs. Straight to the fielder, and it is a dot ball, but a much better ball there from Jackson Asiku. And again, the overthrow there from the captain. They do combine with the wicket keeper, Robert Owili, to give away a free run. Clear that ball was right to him. He had stopped it, but again, making a poor throw. And some great awareness there between Robert Atuna and Jaffa Ochaya. But you see from the face of Asiku Jackson dejection, because he feels that his fielders are not working out for him. A bit of advantage, but rolling down the ground, and it is a dot ball to end the over. 11 off Jackson Asiku's first. A little pricey, and after 5:32 for a loss of 2 is the score. When the helmet comes on, it means a spinner will be coming into the attack. Bowling change for the Uganda under 19, and for the first time we will be seeing some music coming in from the spinner. And Hamidu Munyigwa will be coming into the attack. His elder brother, Yunus Sowobi, was part of those players who played for the Uganda under 19 World Cup in 2022. He also made another appearance for the Uganda under 19, Sowobi Yunus, in that Dar es Salaam qualifier, which happened in 2023. But the leading wicket taker in this tournament, Hamidu Munyigwa, has 6. Will be the bowling change there for Uganda under 19. A little short, but Ocha not getting to its bounce very well, and it is a dead ball there to start off the over. Extra cover, deep mid wicket, long on, long off at the boundary. Playing it on the back foot, not a very good plan, because you can easily feather, you can easily get bowled if it keeps low. Back dots there for Hamidu Munyigwa. Turn and bounce, and it is another dot ball there. Really, there was damage made in the previous over, the Jackson Asiku over. 11 off it, but now when Hamidu Munyigwa comes into the attack, he's working to reduce on the damage. Diving effort at covers. But they will do take the second run, Chaya Jaffa will feel that maybe he didn't hit that ball well, because the fielder was standing at extra cover was standing towards the point. So as soon as that ball went past the fielder at covers, it could have rolled all the way to the boundary. 2 runs they will take. He goes again. They are pushing quickly, but that ball straight to the fielder. Brilliant throw there. One bounce to the hands of the keeper. Lubanga Kenny, Ronald with that brilliant throw there. Some good fielding. Something you cannot take away from most of the players from the Northern Cricket Hub is that they have high levels of fielding standards. Arjuna going to slog, but he doesn't time it well, and it is a dot ball. Brilliant over there. 3 runs off it, and after 6, 35 for 2 is the score. We learn by doing, and Jackson Asku is given the second over. His first went for 11, and now he has a chance of redeeming himself in this one. A few dot balls here and there would mean more pressure going to the Uganda emerging. But most importantly for him, he should be bowling, thinking of making sure that he picks up a wicket here for the Uganda under-19. The run rate in the previous overs now dropped from 6 to 5. And now Jackson Asiku will be hoping that he can continue the good work done by Hamidu. A little fall, but it is into the gap. Taking that very first run there, Robert Arjuna showed that he was not coming back for the second, and only a single they will do take. Robert Arjuna plays for Mukono Warriors Cricket Club, and on this weekend, on Sunday, they have an affair to sort out with the Ceylon Lions Cricket Club at Gogo Cricket Oval. So this tournament and game offering him some bit of practice time. Down for the slog whip and past the fielder at short third. Slow outfield. When you run and when you have some good wheels on you, as Kenneth Ogenroth did, you stand a very big chance of retrieving that one. And only 2 they will do take, but you clearly see the intent there from Robert Arjuna. He's shown you that he's going to go hard at everything. Onto the pads there by Jackson Asku, not a very good line to bowl. You need to keep it outside off stump or into the block hole. To the pads, instant appeal, but not given by the umpire. Junior Robert beaten by the pace. He has not been comfortable in this game. When you look at the way he batted yesterday against the Rwanda 19, he was so comfortable, enjoying everything which was given to him. But now, Jackson Asku, who plays for Centurions Cricket Club, has a way of making sure that keeps him a little quiet. Creamed away. And the effort there will only give them a single. Asiku Jackson considered 3 boundaries in his first over, but this is a much better over. Just 4 runs off it so far. Pass to the fielder at mid-wicket. Good placement there. And they will come back for the second. You feel that the Ugandan 19 are missing something in that field setup, because having that fielder close means that if the ball goes quick to him, he may not be in position to stop it. So at least to keep him on the 30 yards to make sure that he stops it. Let them take the 1, it is okay. But again, if he runs round it to chase it, they will take 2. Down the ground, straight. But they will take on the arm of the Vansh Patel. There is an instant appeal. And a run out given by the umpire. Direct hit there coming in from Devansh Patel, and Robert Arjuna falls. Third wicket, some good athleticism displayed there by Devansh Patel. And it is the third wicket that falls. Robert Arjuna will now have to make a long walk back to the heart. Yesterday's contribution of 96 today not maturing. He manages only 4 off 7. They have been running very well and thought they could push for the second run. But the great athleticism there displayed by Devansh Patel didn't give Robert Arjuna a chance of making his ground in quick time. 41 for 3 as the emerging team loses the third wicket. Out of nothing, the Ugandan under-19 have picked up the third wicket. And now their captain Edwin Nwagaba makes his way to the crease. Yesterday he scored 18 off 25. But work to do. 42 for 3 after 7 overs, and Hamidu Munyigo returns to bowl. He gave away 3 runs in his first. But we'll be hoping that he can continue with his tidy bowling. Playing it on the back foot. And it is a dot ball from Hamid. Edwin Nwagaba, who has just walked on, is the captain for the emerging team, formerly a player for the under-19 team. He played in that World Cup in 2022 and also the Dar es Salaam qualifier. But currently doing some work with the Mukono cricket community, where he is a coach and also a coach player because he plays for Mukono Development Cricket Club, alongside one of the under-19 players in Kenneth Ogen Roth. Nwagaba has gotten off the mark on the previous ball, but good adjustment there from Hamid, and it is another dot ball. He has been the most economical so far for the Uganda under-19. That one a little full, and he hit straight long off. They will run quickly and pick up the single. Jaffa Ochaya putting innings together for the Uganda emerging. Lofted and straight. It goes all the way to the boundary. No effort there from Ronald Rubanga Kenny, as Edwin Nwagaba sends that one for 4. Picked up on the length very nicely. A lofted brave of sorts. Straighters would love to see it. And changes effected in the field. Appraise Mir Ali now going to long on, whereas the man who was there, Rubanga Kenny Ronald, is brought at mid-wicket. That's much better there from Hamid. When you look at the other ball that he bowled and he was hit for 4, it was a little in the block hole. But when he gets one drifting away from Edwin Nwagaba, he picks up a dot ball. And as we come to the end of over number 8, 48 for a loss of 3 is the score. 5 off 4 for Edwin Nwagaba and 33 off 29 for Ochaya Jaffa. Asuku Jackson coming back to bowl his third over. That is a good line to bowl. It is the area of uncertainty. When you're bowling that fourth stump line, the batters are not sure whether to open up the bat and cut, whether to step forward and drive, whether to leave. So you need to keep bowling there because you keep them guessing, and if you get one which can nip back, you can quickly get that off stump uprooted. He's connected it to his wickets, and out of nothing, Jackson Asiku has a wicket. Jaffa Ochaya going down to play that sweep shot off the bat, onto the helmet, onto the bails, and it is the fourth wicket that falls. A very, very disappointing way to get out. Similar dismissal for Sai Sudarasan during that qualifier in the Indian Premier League between the Gujarat Titans and Royal Challengers of Bengaluru. The only difference is that for Sai Sudarasan, when he went swinging hard and hitting the ball, he timed the ball and went to the boundary. But again, in the fall through of his bat, or in his bat swing, the bat went on and hit his wickets, and he hit his wicket. But for, oh sorry, the dismissals are different. The one for Sai was hit wicket, and this one is bowled, because this one is off the pad, onto the helmet and onto the wickets. But nonetheless, it is the fourth one for the Uganda under-19, and they will celebrate it with a lot of vigor. Jackson Asuku finally out of nothing, picking up something. A man who scored 17 off 20, Mulongo Paul, will be the new batter in for the Uganda emerging. A very, very powerful player. Currently playing for Jaka Cricket Club, having been with Wanderers Cricket Club last season. Jackson Asuku will have something to smile for. Started off the over with a dot ball and he's managed to pick up a wicket. But work to do now for the emerging team, Mulongo Polo and Nwagaba Edwin. Full toss. But Mulongo Polo hitting it down to long on, and he will get off the mark right away. Just a simple correction there on Polo Mulongo's Cricket Club. He plays for Rounders Cricket Club. He returned to the club this season, having had a stint down in Jinja. Good bowling there from Jackson Asuku. When you look at Jackson Asuku's plan, he's been trying to bowl that area of uncertainty, keeping it outside the leg stump. And that's been a very good line for him to bowl. Edwin Nwagaba very, very good on the balls that are pitched full. So if you keep it outside of stump, you keep him guessing. That's the area for Edwin Nwagaba. When you bowl it full for him, he can easily get on top of it and play it down the ground. And the field is set up there for Asiku. Longo on, longo off, cow corner, and extra cover. So he has no protection because he doesn't bowl a lot of raw pace, a lot of express pace. But the veterans have come up with that previous single. Dot ball there for Asiku Jackson, but this is a much better over. When you look at his play, his first over went for 11, his second over went for 7, and now his third over has gone for 2 runs. But what's important in that over, he's picked up a wicket. And after 9, 50 for a loss of 4 is what the Uganda emerging have on board. Munjigwa Hamid is back with the ball. Hit up in the air. There is a fielder running in from the boundary. Oh, sliding a bit when he reaches close to that ball. And the ball through his hands. An opportunity created by Hamidu Munjigwa. An opportunity not taken there. Not a very good day for Samuel Ahaisiwe. 2 misfields for him that went for 4. And now even the chance to redeem himself by taking that catch goes in vain. He's picked up 2 wickets through his bowling, but he's not been so good in the outfield. And with that dropped opportunity, they even go for 2 runs. But good bowling there from Munigwa. Now bowls it outside off stump and he picks up the dot ball a little quicker and hit straight. Another chance to redeem himself goes through his fingers. Samuel Ahaisiwe. Second drop for him in this over, and at the same area. I see where Samuel now will need someone to talk to him, because the only issue he's having at the moment is that his esteem levels are a bit low, and they will change him right away. He will switch with Lubanga Kenny Daniel. Lubanga Kenny now goes Longo off, and so that man dropped to the catch is Larry Itagi. He will be now coming in to covers. Hit to covers, and they will take the single. If the cricket ball is look for you, 2 midfields for him at Paddyman, Larry Itagi. 2 dropped catches for him at Longo off, and also the ball still trying to find him at covers. Playing it on the back foot there, Edwin Waga, but not making good timing, and it is a dot ball. Brilliant bowling there from Hamidu. 1 more to play in the 10th over, and after this over we will be at the halfway mark of the innings. The game being reduced to 20 overs aside. Down the ground, and they will take the single, bringing us to the end of over number 10 with the scoreboard reading 55 for a loss of 4 wickets. The end of the over at the halfway mark, 55 for 4. A few missed opportunities, but you clearly feel that the under-19 team has done a lot of good work to limit the emerging team. 55 for 4 after 10, and a bowling change. Jackson Asiku will be taken out of the attack, and Richard Sohera is now into the attack. Single to start off over number 11, and it is still a time for the Uganda under-19 to keep paying the pressure if they can pick up some more dot balls and find a way of cutting off the boundaries. Down, and hits it straight to the fielder. Brilliantly taken there by Hamidu Munyigwa, and it is another wicket that falls. The 50th one for the Uganda emerging. He made some good patches there, getting down and picking up on the length very nicely. But Polo Mulongo manages to find a waiting fielder. He may love to look at his bat very, very badly, saying it has undone him. But those are little tales of the bad workman. 56 for 5 as Mulongo Paul departs. And I tell you clearly now, the passage of play is that the Uganda under-19 team are already in things. They have made sure that they do the little things with a lot of ease, take their chances, and now the emerging team has lost 5 wickets in a flash for just 56 runs. What would have been a total to be scored by 1 player has been scored by 5 batters. And Pius Oloka will be the player to make his way to the crease. Played for the Uganda under-19 in the World Cup in 2022, Pius Oloka, formerly at Jinja Senior Secondary School down in Jinja. He played for Jinja Aces Cricket Club. Later on, he moved to Centurion Cricket Club. He went on and moved to Avengers Cricket Club last season, and this season he's now playing with the Ismaili Community Cricket Club team. Pius Oloka also made a debut for the senior men's team, the Cricket Cranes, in Namibia in 2023. During that Castle 8 Series tournament. And he makes his way, but a lot of work in terms of rebuilding to be done for the emerging team. 56 for 5. Sohera Richard and Pasoloka have started from the same school, Ginger SS, so they somehow know each other. Short and quick. And the interview from Pius Oloka was that he was going to hit it right away. But it doesn't time it well, but he will get off the mark with a single. Sohera has always been caught guilty of pushing that ball quickly instead of just making sure that he turns the surface. He turns it into the surface. But now he manages to force Edwin to play on the back foot. And I think this is much better play here for the Uganda emerging. Yesterday they bowled out Rwanda for just 57 runs. So it means they have a very, very good bowling attack. Despite the extras they gave away, they were quite many, 13. And I tell you, if this Uganda emerging team gets to 100 runs mark, it will be very hard for the under 19 team to chase. So they need to make sure that now Pius Oloka and Edwin Wagaba take care of the wicket column and keep just motoring on and picking up the runs. Final ball of the over. Well guided backward of the square. There is a run out chance. If that was a direct hit, it could have been a run out. But it is an opportunity that is not taken. And the single will bring us to the end of over number 11 with the scoreboard reading 60 for a loss of 5. Jackson Askul will be coming to end his spell from the God of Clubhouse end. Maybe a change in ends will bring a change in fortunes. He bowled his first 3 overs from the left end and now he changes. Square cut of sorts there. And the fielder running in from extra cover. They take on his arm and pick up the second run. Some good running there. And there is a no ball call from the umpire. Chance for Edwin Wagaba to flex. Not sure why that no ball call was called by the umpire, but I'm sure the next ball will be a free hit. Long on, long off, cow corner, extra cover are the 3 sweepers. Edwin Wagaba makes a shimmy down the track very, very early before even seeing the ball. And that will be a dirty ball because it doesn't make any contact. Nwagaba Edwin has 15 off 16 and Pius Oloka has 2 off 2. Now chance for Jackson Asuku to end his spell well. Current run rate 5.64. This game is evenly poised. Anyone can pick on the win from here on. If the under-19 team can pick the remaining wickets in no quick time, maybe they can limit the emerging to a slightly smaller total and then come out and chase. Thickage. And the umpire raises up the finger. As soon as that one went to the hands of the wicketkeeper, Edwin Wagaba could have already thought of making the long walk back. It got off the bottom of the blade of Edwin Wagaba, straight to the hands of Robert Owili. And it is the 6th wicket that goes. The captain dejected as he walks off because he knows he has left a lot of work to be done for his side. Wickets are falling in a flash, and now it is the captain to depart out of nothing, the Uganda under-19 team picks up something, and Edwin Wagaba departs. Good glove work there from Robert Owili, getting hold of that opportunity. And the man who was unbeaten at 45 of 33 at a strike rate of 136 yesterday against the Rwanda under-19 team, Alijuna Fortunate, will make his way to the crease. I can comfortably say that now there are 2 new batters at the crease, 2 off 2 for Pass Oloka and 9 off 9 for Fortunate Alijuna. And this means that it is a very, very big chance for this under-19 team to try and make sure that they do take their chances, pick up the remaining wickets, and make sure that they pick up this win. These teams have always been having trial games between themselves, the under-19 team and the Uganda emerging, and I tell you, these games have always been pound for pound. So this isn't a game that belongs to any of the two, but whoever comes out very nicely will walk away with the win. 63 for 3, quite unbelievable if you're just joining us, because Uganda emerging won the toss and opted to bat first, but now they will need to get a meaningful partnership here off the edge of the blade of Fortunate Alijuna. But the way he waits for it and the way he times it has it rolling to the boundary, but Itagilari carrying himself and making sure that he cuts off that boundary, and the good running between Oloka Pius and Alijuna Fortunate will give them 3. Alijuna Fortunate, a name from the western part of this country, and if you could try and translate to English, it means the one who will save, or the savior. Alijuna, the one who will come to save us. And now he has a work to do. He has a role of saving his side. Tournament sponsored by Leica Mobile and organized by Cricket Uganda. Rwanda Cricket Association sending the under-19 outfit to come and take part in this tournament. It does not only work out for Uganda in terms of preparation, but also the international ties. And another thing it gives Uganda is that Uganda will be facing off against Rwanda most likely in August during that Division 2 qualifier. So when they play Rwanda here in these conditions, maybe they'll have an idea on what Rwanda could do when both teams head down to Kigali. You know, the first time Rwanda is coming to Uganda, during the last cycle, there was another tournament which was played in Jinja, similar to this one, but the other one had Kenya under-19, Uganda under-19 and Rwanda under-19, and it is a good thing that even us during our times when we played schools cricket, there was always a select team coming from Rwanda to take part in the schools cricket qualifier, and Uganda could also send a school select team to go and play in the Kwibuka. And somehow this partnership and friendship has kept burning, and it is something we would love, because if the teams that play cricket in Uganda and those in Rwanda have some bit of exchange programs, they have invitational tournaments, it means that the cricket in the region will not only grow for one country, but it will blossom in the entire region. And the Rwanda men's team picking up the 50th win down in Botswana against the host country, Botswana men, during that sub-regional T20 qualifier which is going on in Botswana. Gaborone pulls that one away, Pius Oloka, but it will find Samuel Ahaisiwe a little sloppy, and they will take on his arm, pick up the second run. Not a very good bounce there coming on from Samuel, and giving the batters of Uganda emerging a chance to pick up 2, bringing us to the end of over number 12 with the scoreboard reading 68 for a loss of 6. Tomorrow, on the final day of this high-performance practice series cup, Uganda under-19 will be in action squaring off against Rwanda under-19. An interesting match that you would never love to miss. And for all updates about these games, you can find them on the Cricket Uganda WhatsApp channel, Cricket Uganda on X, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. Balls him. A bit of a stand and deliver approach there from Fortunate Alijuna, but the ball keeping very, very low. Pinpoint accurate bowling there from Richard Sohera, uprooting the middle stump. And the 7th falls. Fortunate Alijuna will have to show the fielders his back. Richard Sohera picks up his second wicket. But what a display there from Richard Sohera. He so far bowled 1.1 overs and picked up 2 wickets, going for just 5 runs. The sun coming out at Entebbe Cricket Oval, but the lights dimming for the Uganda emerging. Out of nothing, they are finding things. And now 7 scalps, they do have Jonathan Nyiro now makes his way to the crease. And you feel that now Uganda under 19 is properly in the tile, because Jonathan Nyiro, a handy player who can play and score some runs, formerly part of that under 19 team that played for Uganda last year during the Division 1 Africa qualifier in Nigeria, Lagos to be specific. But you cannot send him to do a lot of work with the bat. He was handy yesterday, scoring 19 off 21. But now 2 things will be in his head. Can we try and find as many runs as we can? Because that's what always the bowlers are thinking, slogging. But then also rotating strike could see them get something. But these 2 batters at the crease currently have both played for rounders, and at the same time, they have studied at the same school, Ginger Esas Cricket Club, and won 2 trophies at the same time, 2024 and 2023. Both of those tournaments being held in Ginger, so they know each other. Beaten, there is an appeal, and instantly given there off the feather, should be caught behind Jonathan. I forgot to say that Richard Sohera is part of that team that also won with them the boys national, so he knows that these are his teammates. The 3, Oloka, Nyiro, Sohera, all coached by Habib Mugalula. But dejected there, Jonathan Nyiro, he will somehow feel that he's been undone by the umpires, but then he will have to depart. 68 for 8. The lights dimming further. Richard Sohera with the 3rd wicket in his name, and it will be Jonathan Nyiro to depart. What a display here, a bowling display for the Uganda under 19 team. And now Jazzy number 10, who did it play yesterday, the man nicknamed the Googly for bowling leg spin, but well known as Simon Okecho, formerly a player for the Uganda under 19, will now make his way back to the crease. 2 more wickets for the Uganda under 19 to get and wrap up the innings, and it will be a hat-trick ball for Simon Okecho. I tell you, when it is a hat-trick ball, you come with a lot of pressure. They can even give you a volley and you do block it. But now Simon Okecho with some work to do. And I tell you, Richardson has been bowling it very, very quick in this over. He must have had some good communication between him and the wicket-keeper, Robert Owili. 68 for 8 after 12.2. Hat-trick ball coming, everything happening under the watch of Oloka at the 9 striker's hand. And here is the hat-trick ball. Out of his block hole. You have to first play and survive that hat-trick ball, but it is a dot ball. And now he will be thinking that he can try and find some runs. Long on, long off at the boundary. And it is another dot ball, but what an over there from Richard Sohera. He's yet to concede runs in this over. Wicket, wicket, dot, dot, 2 more play in the over. Deep mid-wicket and extra cover at the boundary. Touch and go there. And under the watch of the fielder, they do take the single. Not a very good sign to hear the dugout making an applause of for a single. It really tells you how much of pressure they do have at the moment as a team. But this is the final ball of over number 13. On the back foot, there is a run-out chance, but a poor throw. Not the quickest of throws there from the fielder at point. And the single will bring to the end of the over. 7 runs coming up, and after 13, 70 for 8 is the score. Everything happening here at the Entebbe Cricket Oval. The under-19 team has a very big chance of wrapping up the innings if they can pick these remaining 2 wickets. Hamidou Munyigwa, the tournament leading wicket taker, will be now coming into the attack. He so far bowled 3 overs wicketless, but very, very economical on the back foot. And the single is taken, and the constantly the dugout is appreciating the singles. It shows you how hard it has been to find the runs. Pressure now onto the Uganda emerging. Not really a game you would love to lose. Roger Mukasa, a very, very furious man. He would never want you to have batting collapses, because when he made his post-match presentation, his post-match report from yesterday's game, he said because he's a batter, he will be hoping that he can produce many batters from the emerging setup. Touch and go affair here for Pass Oloka. There was some chance there if that direct hit was effected by Robert Owili. But it is a single. They are taking so many runs under the watch of the fielders, and what this means is that anytime you don't get off your wheels very quickly, you can easily lose a wicket to a run out. Not sure how many more they can add on from here on the emerging. Quick and edged. Another run taken. You feel that something is lacking in the fielding of the Uganda under-19. But these are just young boys from the school setup that we do have in Uganda, who will be just hoping that they can grow in their game. And now the emerging, because of their experience, Simon Okecho and Pius Oloka, they are really backing up that experience to make sure that they continue motoring on and milking the runs. They've taken so many risky ones. Okecho still with some work to do for Uganda emerging. Not committing to that dive there by the fielder that covers. Quick running from his ground. Simon Okecho has run himself out. Good throw there coming in from the deep. It found Simon Okecho right in the middle of the crease. Run out effected, and the 9th goes for the Uganda emerging. Comical scenes, so many unbelievable things happening here at Entebbe Cricket Oval. Their running has been looking so good. They've been taking those runs quickly. Pius Oloka and Simon Okecho, but Simon Okecho feels that he has been undone by Pius Oloka, because Pius Oloka did not return for that run. And it is the 9th that goes 73 for 9 after 13.4. The Uganda emerging will feel that they have now held this win firmly. Despite a very good bowling attack there for the Uganda emerging, but the under-19 will believe that they can pick something out of nothing. It's been a long time coming. And finally, the last wicket from the dugout of the Uganda emerging team, Roger Mukasa's troops. Keith Dani Amani makes his way to the crease. Player and manager Avojo Cricket Club in our domestic league, Division 1. A lot of work for them to do if they had find runs and get something respectable. Too much play in this Hamidou Munyigwa over. Pass Oloka rocking on back foot and playing a square cut of sorts. And the single is taken. Now one more ball to navigate in this over. And a very, very big chance of picking up the wicket there. Hamidou Munyigwa, because Keith Dani Amani's trade is bowling. So as a bowler, will be hoping that this is the wicket that you can really get. He's taking his sweet time, deep, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover, waiting to catch. Amani, Keith Dan. now will be taking guard. Final ball of the over. Good shape there from Amani. Happy that that got off the middle. End of over number 14, and 75 for 9 is what the Uganda Emerging have on board. And if you're just joining us, the Uganda Emerging won the toss and opted to bat first. This game, a delayed start because of a very heavy downpour here at Entebbe Cricket Oval, and the game being reduced to 20 overs aside. The start to this innings by the Uganda Emerging team was so good, but in the end, wickets have been tumbling and tumbling in quick fashion. Richard Sohera, who is the leading wicket taker in this game with 3 scalps for 7 runs in 2 overs, will be coming back to bowl the 15th over of this game and the 3rd in his name. Cow corner, long on, long off, and deep mid wicket all at the boundary. Pass goes, there is a fielder, but the ball doesn't carry to the fielder. A fumble, and they'll come back for the 2nd run. Pass Oloka showing some bit of urgency because he knows that the runs they can pick up here might be the difference at the end of the innings. Uganda Emerging just need 1 wicket to put the innings to bed. Go take a rest and come back tomorrow, square off against the Rwanda under 19. An edge, and they'll take the single, but much better approach there from Samuel Ahaisiwe, chipping in the dive and stopping that one, and they'll take the single, bringing back Amani on strike. And I tell you, the quick balls from Richard Sawyer gave him 2 wickets in the previous over. His over was real goldie dust. He picked up 2 wickets, 2 dot balls, and 2 singles at the back end of the over. And his experience can give him the wicket of Keith Dan Amani. Long on, long off, cow corner, and deep mid wicket all at the boundary. Sohera has that quick ball that he turns back in for the right-handed batters. But Keith Dan Amani looking to be well poised for the task. And this being a long game, you would have some pressure maybe because you were the last wicket, but it's a game of playing time. So now the idea here between Keith Dan Amani and Pius Oloka will be, should we go hard and get as many runs as we can, or should we play and get towards the back end of the innings? Down the leg, and it's wide. Pius Oloka very, very interested in taking the run. 2 wides to the total, and you feel that when they stick in, the runs keep coming. So if you Keith Dan Amani and Pius Oloka, would be hoping that we can first play maybe more 3 overs, get to over 18, then the other remaining 2 overs we try and attack. But Keith Dan Amani looking very, very solid. If you're easy to impress like me, next game you would see Keith Dan Amani opening the batting. His technique, his alignment, everything has been looking so good for the emerging team off the pads. But it is another dot ball, and nothing will hurt the Uganda 19 players as long as they're not conceding many. But we've come to the end of over number 15. More 30 balls remaining in this innings, and the scoreboard reads 79 for a loss of 9. Pius Oloka and Keith Dan Amani, both of them are seamers, and they were looking so comfortable facing the spinners. And now the captain, Ruvanga Kene Daniel Alex, will toss back the ball to his seamers. Kenneth Ogenrot was for ball, 13 overs and gone for 13, is now back in the attack from the golf clubhouse end into the surface and hit away by pass Oloka. They wanted to take on his arm, but this time he's managed to cut that one off very nicely with just a single. I tell you, because these two are both seamers and the ball is coming quick, you would love to make sure that when the ball is coming quick, you also go quick. So we will be seeing that the edges of the bats will be in play, chances will be created, and Keith Danny Aman yet to get off the mark. He has first 5 and he still has 0 runs in his name. The area of uncertainty, and that is left alone by Keith Danny Amani. Extra cover, long on, long off at the boundary. Some changes being made in the field, and this change being made in particular because it brings Daniel Lubanga Kenny Alex close to his dugout. It means that where he is fielding, he will be hearing some of the words coming in from Jonathan Sebanja and Barakatu Yamwesimira, the U-19 coaches in this tournament. Right under the watch of Samuel Ahaisi, where they do take the run. It's Dan Amani finally off the mark, bringing back Pius Oloka on strike. Same field setup, they're not taking any chances. And now the coach will be giving Rubanga Kenny a plan of picking up the remaining wicket. Pius goes, but doesn't time it well. And they do take the run. The umpire confirms that it is led by, and you see Pius Oloka there shaping in your frame, because that ball was a little bounced into the surface. So you need to pull it away, go hard and pick up that length. When you time it well, you can pick up a boundary. And the thinking for Uganda emerging here will be, if we can get to 100 runs, we'll have gotten a total. Maybe we can come out and bowl at. And I've loved the variations there from Kenneth Ogenrot. For Keith Danaman, he's bowling it a little full. And for Pius Oloka, who looks to be a more set batter, he's been hitting it into the surface. Because Pius Oloka has been struggling to pull. So when you bowl it into the surface, even when he goes hard, he can quickly edge. And you don't concede many. Final ball in this over. Down the leg, and he may have to bowl it again. Yes, it's wides. That's the only problem with these young players. They always try experimenting so many things. For those who love watching the test cricket match, you could find someone bowling the same thing in about 4 overs. But these young players, every time he bowls outside off stump and is not being hit, he comes out and tries out something. Dot ball and the end of the over. 16 overs gone and 83 for a loss of 9 is the score. Richard Sohera will be coming to bowl his final over. He has so far bowled 3 overs, conceded 11, and he's picked up 3 wickets. And now he comes to wrap up his spell. Some field set up, deep mid wicket, cow corner, long on, long off. As he bowls to his OB, Pius Oloka. Down the surface, and it was traveling. He has his fingers onto it, but they will run and pick up 2. Oloka Pius knows that for him to get his team to a total that they can defend, he will have to bat throughout the innings. Full toss, and it is a dotty ball. Another full ball there, not punished by Pius Oloka. And I think it will not be something to bother Richard Soera. As long as they are not hitting him, he's okay. Down to cow corner, and they'll take the single. The last wicket partnership there is trying to stick in for the Uganda emerging team. Another full ball there. And a dot ball. One more to play in the Richard Soera spell. Edge doesn't carry to the field at point. It is into the gap, but it is rolling towards the boundary. They will go for 3. Some good running. I beg your pardon, they go for 2 runs. And after 17 overs, 88 for a loss of 9 is the score. Larry Itagi, who has so bowled 2 overs and conceded 7 runs, picking up 2 wickets right inside the power play. The only area of concern for him has been the fielding. 2 misses for him at third man and 2 dropped catches at long off. But he's been showing some good wills in this game. And for young man, misfields, dropped catches, those are things that you can work on. He will be now coming back to bowl. Jonathan Sebanja and Barakatu Yamwesimira chancing their bowlers to try and make sure that they come out and pick up for the team the final wicket. We've also come to the end of the second power play, meaning from now the Uganda 19 team can use 5 fielders outside the 30. So Larry Itagi deploying all of them. There is an appeal, but it is not given by the umpire. A little angling in match there from Itagi Larry. And not hit. And you look at his field setup, extra cover, long on, long off, cow corner, deep mid wicket have all been deployed. Pius Oloka standing tall there for the Uganda emerging 15 of 18 in this low scoring thriller. And with the surge coming out at Entebbe means by the time the Uganda 19 come out to bat, the conditions will be much better. He goes, but that one is stuck in his clothing. And a dead ball right away. Okay, so that because Larry Itagi is a young man and Pius Oloka has now some bit of experience on him, he knows if you hit Larry Itagi for a maximum or a boundary 4, you put some bit of pressure on him. That's why you see the intent there from Pius Oloka. As soon as Larry Itagi go to the ball, is making sure that he takes him on. But Larry Itagi is starting off very nicely. 2 dot balls. Nyakasura School producing some spinners. Innocent Mwebaze in India at Omtex for rehabilitation, and Enoch Kasaija in the team playing for Uganda in India on his debut. But that one is hit straight to the fielder in the deep, and only a single they will do take. Pius Oloka looking at his blade and wondering if his soft spot, sweet spot is not working out. But the run rate in the entire game has been 5 every over. And the Ugandan team will be hoping they can maintain it to 5 every over, because when you're coming to chase, It means you just need a boundary in every over, then you keep rotating strike around, so don't chase with a lot of pressure. Trying to open up his blade, and it is a dirty ball. Larry Itagi, Kithdan Amani play for the same club in the domestic league. Abojo. They are both hobbies of the same school, Nyakasura School, down in Fort Poto. The hosts of last year's Boys Nationals and the hosts of this year's Boys Nationals. The only difference thing between them is that one is a manager and a player. The other just a young player rising through the ranks. They didn't play at the school around at the same time, but they have been playing some league games together. Balls him. Yes, you are my manager, but you have to protect your middle stump. It is the final wicket that goes for the Uganda emerging, and it is innings set and match. A very, very dominant bowling display there for the Ugandan under-19 team, as they have managed to bowl out their elder brothers for just 89 runs. And for the victory to go the way of the Ugandan under-19 team, they will come and fire cylinders out of the blocks to pick up 90 runs in 120 balls. And looking at the match summary here for the Uganda emerging team captain Edwin Wagawa winning the toss and opting to bat first. They lost the first wicket off the very first ball of this innings. Cyrus Kakuru, none off 1. Amos Ahura, 2 off 7. Jaffa Ochaya put some bit of resistance, scoring 33 off 31 before being bowled by Jackson Asiku. And Edwin Wagawa contributed 15 off 17. An unbeaten knock of 15 off 17. Sorry, an unbeaten knock of 16 off 24. Pius Oloka. 8 extras gifted away by the young boys, but in the wickets was Larry Itagi, who picked up 3 wickets, and he was the most economical among all. He bowled 2.5 overs, conceded just 8 at an economy of 2.82, and he's picked up 3 wickets. Whereas Richard Sohera has bowled 4 overs, conceded 16, and picked up 3, an economy rate of 4.00. Jackson Asuku was as well in the wickets. He picked up 2 wickets. A little expensive, he's gone for 7. But we've come to the end of the first innings. 90 runs needed from 20 overs, exactly 120 balls. I will take a short break, and I'll return with the second innings of this game. The Uganda under-19 team that has beaten the Rwanda under-19 team twice in this tournament has a chance of remaining unbeaten in this tournament. They will need exactly 90 runs from 120 balls to pick up the win. This is the high-performance practice series happening here at Entebbe Cricket Oval. The two umpires to take us through the second innings of this game, Abi Norbert and Alpha Jeremiah Adowa, are already in the middle. 120 balls to pick up 90 runs and sort of another memorable win by the Uganda under-19. My name is Evan Sepe and Sajabi here in the comms. They will be taking you through the commentary for this entire match. The emerging team has won the toss and opted to bat first, but the decision might have backfired because they managed to post only 89 runs all out. Edwin Nwagaba, the captain for Uganda emerging, will be having the ball, and it will be spin to start off here. Cow corner and long on are the two fielders at the boundary, pinning him on the back foot, and it is a dot ball. Not so tight there from Nwagaba, but a good start. Good bowling. Nwagaba Edwin going through his over very, very quickly. Ronald Rubanga Kenny and Samuel Ahaisiwe are the two opening batters. A little fall and another dot ball. Trying to use the experience, the emerging players. And you see he's pinning him in his crease. Good fielding there from Jonathan Nyiro, chipping in the dive and making it the 5th straight dot ball in the first over. The coaches must have sent them with an instruction of playing time. Now 1 ball to play in this over. Fall and hit down the ground. They will only take a single. And a brilliant first over there from the Uganda emerging. Just 1 run off it, and 1 for none is the score. Taking right away, and 89 more needed for the win. Spin to continue the business here for the Uganda emerging, and it will be Simon Okecho, the leg spinner, into the attack. Edwin Waga bowls off spin. Only one fielder being used outside for Simon Okecho, and that fielder standing at cow corner. They're trying to use a field which can attack because they know wickets can give them the win. Nearly hit it to the hands of the waiting field that covers. A flatted ball there from Simon Okecho, a hit me ball, but not hit by Rubanga Kenny Ronald. This time round, some power. Simon Okecho trying to buy a wicket here for the Uganda emerging. But even when you're flighting it, you need to make sure that you purchase some bit of bounce and turn from the surface. And now, because what he was trying to do, there is a fielder who is put in place there at long on, and we will go in for the injury break. That return shot there coming in from Ronald Rubanga Kenny, colliding with the foot joint of Simon Okecho. And some halt in play here as Simon Okecho receives some bit of medical attention. But this is the high performance practice series. Tomorrow this tournament will be coming to an end as Uganda under 19 takes on Rwanda under 19. Make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel of Cricket Uganda and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the action. The beautiful flora here at Entebbe Cricket Oval, one of the cool places we'd love to be in. This game was initially delayed because of a heavy downpour here in Entebbe, but later on, weather being kind to us, and we managed to get 20 overs aside of play. $89 all out is what the Uganda emerging posted. They were ruthless against the Rwanda 19 team yesterday, scoring 301 runs and bowling out the Rwanda 19 team for just 57 runs. But for now, they stand a chance of picking up a win here. And that win, they should balance the number of dot balls and the number of wickets that they do pick for the under 19 team of Uganda. Uganda 19 unfortunately being relegated from the Division 1 qualifiers last year down in Lagos. And their qualification path to the World Cup, again having last appeared at that tournament in 2023 in the West Indies, starts this year in Kigali. They will be having the Division 2 qualifiers in August, and then the Division 1 qualifiers will happen next year. And we've gotten done with that injury break. Our physiotherapist Kulusum Habiba are doing a lot of good work making sure that Simon Okecho gets back on his toes. And now 4 more remaining in this over, and Simon Okecho showing that he can continue bowling. The injury break is done, and here we are for the action. Simon Okecho there picking up a dot ball. He bowls it straight and makes sure that it turns away, keeping that fourth stump line, the area of uncertainty in play. Going across the line, but it is a dot ball there. Now that one angling in by Simon Okecho and not hit away. What an over there for Uganda emerging. Nearly beaten by the turn and bounce, but he had something onto it, and they run very quickly and pick up a double. One more to play in this Simon Okecho over. Full toss, trying to buy a wicket, but that one not taken. And it is a single to end the over. 2 overs gone, and the 4 for no loss is the score. Two overs have gone in no quick time, and Nwagawa Edwin will take a bowling change. Pius Oloka will be coming in to bowl. We'll be seeing some bit of pace. Pius Oloka bowls some quick in swings. So Edwin Nwagawa delivering the first over of the game. It is gone for just 1 run, but now he takes a change in the attacker there, and it will be Oloka Pius who comes into bowl. And the field setup there for Oloka Pius, he has long on Edwin Nwagawa, and he is also deployed the fielder Fortinet Alijuna down at 3rd man, because there will be some edges. For Pius Oloka, he bowls some in swing, but because when the batters are trying to attempt to bowl those in swings, they always edge many. You feel that if he had a slip in place, it could have worked out for him very well. But now it will be only wickets that can really help the emerging team to pick up the win. Good start there from Pius Oloka. It is a dot ball. The first 13 deliveries of the second innings have all been faced by Ronald Ruvanga Kenny. Samuel Ahaisi were just waiting at his end. He's yet to face a delivery in this game. 86 from 17.5 overs at an asking rate of 4.82 would mean that this game is in touching distance for the Uganda under-19. A little fall and off the inside edge of the bat, but it will be a dot ball. The under-19 players not going for any risks because they don't want to get themselves under the pressure early in this game. Goes hard again, but he misses. And when you look at this tournament in terms of the batting lineup for the Uganda under-19, this is the first time we are seeing Ronald Ruvanga-Kenny coming in to open the batting. On the previous 2 games that they have played against Uganda under-19, it has been Devansh Patel who has been opening alongside Samuel Ahaisiwe. But Devansh somehow struggling up front. In the first game, he was dismissed off a golden duck, and the second game, he scored only 3 of 13. So now the coach is bringing in some changes handy. They do take a risky run. Not very, very good business between Samuel Haisiwe and Ronald Rubangakeni. But this being a practice series tournament, it means the coaches, Jonathan Sebanja and Barakatu Mwesimira, can test all their combinations. One of the things I've not tested that I would feel they would have tested is having a Brazeman early opening the batting, because he is also one of those comfortable players in terms of playing. But now Rubangakeni being given an opportunity to open alongside Haisiwe. And for the first time, Haisiwe will be facing in this game. Too quick there from Oloka. But it is a dot ball. Oloka will always keep sure that he keeps your bat to play on each and every ball. And that is a good area for him to bowl. 5 dot balls in the over, 1 single. Sorry, 4 dot balls in the over, 1 single, and 1 more ball remaining to complete this pass Oloka over. And it has been a quiet passage of play. Nothing they are giving away easy for the under 19. Shimmy down the track and he plays it over. Fielders running round it. Oh, unfortunate. Nwagawa Edwin not getting hold onto that opportunity. He will feel undone. He was running backwards, but at the moment when he got hold of the ball, he somehow lost the balance. An opportunity goes begging. And as we come to the end of over number 3, 7 for no loss is what the scoreboard reads for Uganda under 19. If there was a time where Uganda under 19 would feel that they would have come out of the blocks and beat the emerging team, is today. Clearly, they've done a lot of good work in the first innings, bowling out the emerging team for just 8 or 9 runs. And they'll need to make sure that they hold their nerves to try and pick up the victory. We'll be seeing another bowling change there being taken by the Uganda under by the Uganda emerging. They are now tossing the ball around. New bowler every over, and now it is Jaffa Ochaya who replaces Simon Okecho. Yesterday Jaffa Ochaya not playing in that game against the Rwanda under 19, and when he made his way into this team, he scored 33. He was the leading run scorer in the first innings, and now he is the bowling change. Chance for him to make an extra mark for the side. Committing onto hitting that one there by Rubangakeni, and they will take the single. A little full and making some good access. No pressure whatsoever for the Uganda under 19. The only pressure which can come their way is if they do lose many, many wickets. And for Jaffa Ochaya, cow corner, standing close to deep mid wicket and long on at the 2 waiting fielders. Down on 1 knee, but he will pick up the field at extra cover, Paul Mlongo. And they will do take the single. But what a tournament coming at a very right time. The 219 teams getting some bit of practice as they get ready for their upcoming tournaments. Rwanda and Uganda under 19. It goes up. Does it go all the way? Yes. Rubbing it right under their faces. The maximum to their dugout. What a pickup shot there from Rubangakeni. Ronald picking up on it very nicely, and he beats Paul Mulongo at extra cover. And very happy faces there for the Uganda under 19, because now they see runs are flowing. But also this tournament offering an opportunity to the emerging players, because it is not very easy for them to get practice tournaments, but they do get one down the leg and it's wides. When you look at most of the practice series that we do have in Uganda, we are always having the Uganda A players and a few emerging players squaring off against the national team during the pro games. So this tournament comes to see how the emerging players can show some bit of dominance. Good placement. Rubanga Kenny indeed looking good as said by their members in their dugout. The brilliant passage of play here. That's the dugout for the under-19 team for Uganda, a team which is looking for another World Cup appearance. Shimmy down the track and hit all the way. Samuel Aheisibwe Rubanga Kenny hitting one for a maximum. He says, what you do, I can also do. Copy and paste. This time round, he beats the field at long on, and that is another maximum. This is turning out to be a very expensive over. 16 already in the over by Ochaya Jaffa. One more ball remaining to play in this over. I hope these two young men don't get carried away into the surface, and it is a dot ball. Sometimes as a young player, as you're getting some boundaries, you start thinking that everything is there for you to hit. But as you come to the end of over number 4, 23 for no loss is the score, and 67 more needed in 16. As we come to the end of number 4, there is a confirmation to the end of the first power play, meaning for the next 12 overs, the emerging team will be having a liberty of using a maximum of 4 fielders outside the 30. Pius Oloka, who gave away 3 runs in his first over, now returns. And he's introducing a fielder at fine leg, meaning he'll be bowling some extra space. He also has third man. Touch and go. Skating it down the ground, and it's a single. Brilliant passage of play here. One of the things they have done better, Rubanga Kenny and Aheisibwe is committing to the front foot. These two names both sounding godly. Aheisibwe means let him be praised. And for Rubanga Kenny, Ruhanga means God. So these two names have something to do with the Bible. Though one comes from the northern part of this country, Rubanga Kenny, and another one is from the western, Aheisibwe. 14 off 20 for Rubanga Kenny and 10 off 6 for Aheisibwe. The two batters were still motoring on for the under-19 team of Uganda. Apish, there is a fielder. Amos Ahura takes the catch, and the first wicket goes. A pace-off delivery there from Pius Oloka gives them the prize wicket. Aheisibwe Samuel, who looked comfortable with 14 off 20, now departs. The laughters from the dugout of the under-19 team will be halted momentarily because they do lose their first wicket. Disappointed because they felt the ball was right in his hitting arc. A very, very tall lad who can make full access of the ball, which is pitched a little full to him. But he falls and he finds a waiting Amos Ahura, who doesn't put down many. He is a wicket keeper, Amos Ahura, but unused in this game. And 25 for 1 after 4.3 as the Uganda emerging team continues to peck back. And for the emerging team to pick up a win, they will be hoping and wishing that they can come out and pick as many wickets as they can early to make sure that they stand a chance of picking up this win. Dot balls may not help them, but the wickets will give them that big chance. But the son of Ritish Patel, Divansh Patel, is the new batter in for the Uganda under-19. He was part of the team which played for Uganda in the World Cup qualifiers last year in Lagos. He's been struggling this tournament, a golden duck in his first innings, 3 runs in second innings, but now he comes in with some bit of pressure on his shoulders and work to do. Devansh Patel plays for the same club as his father. They were in the same club last season, both of them playing for Premier Cricket Club, and they both switched to the new outfit, Chifaru Cricket Club, one of the new teams that are playing league for the very first time. But he is a very, very handy player. And where he comes from, his father does a lot of coaching because his father has an indoor facility, an indoor net facility where he's always training his son. He studies from the Shiri Sahajanandi School located in Ntinda. They were in the Nationals last year and lost the semi-finals to Soka College Mweri. Picks up that one nicely straight to the fielder. And Devansh Patel will get off the mark. Some bit of confidence for him in playing that shot, and will bring us to the end of over number 5, with the scoreboard rallying at 26 for a loss of 1. Ochaya Jaffa, a little expensive in his first over. He went for 16. Edwin Wagava says we are not dealing with so many runs. He brings back Simon Okecho, who went for 3 runs in his first. Sim one end and the spin at the other end. But that risky ball there from Okecho, not easy to hit, and it is a dot ball. Well covers there by Devansh Patel. One thing about this under-19 team is that the running between the wickets has not really come to the party, where you feel that they could have picked up a double. They only go for 1. Well, it is a good passage of play, no pressure, but you need to make sure that how you would have played in a pressure game is how you keep applying yourselves, because this is a practice series. But when they go down to Kigali, you lose a game and you're already out of the mathematics. Picks up that one very nicely, and all the way for a maximum. Samuel Ahaisiwe using his height and making sure that he bounces onto it, sending it all the way to the boundary. And now runs are in full flow for the Uganda under-19. Okecho trying to flight it, but Samuel Ahaisiwe getting it very nicely and sending it down to the boundary. And now Pius Oloka will go and have some bit of conversation with Simon Okecho. I think he's reminding him that we're not dealing with so many runs. Hey, look, we scored 8 and 9, so if we keep giving away these loose balls, we might end up throwing away the game. Shimmy down the track for Samuel Ahaisiwe. Is it the same result? Yes, it is. That one goes all the way, not straighter than the previous one, but it is back-to-back 6s there for the Uganda under-19. I tell you, the wicket that has fallen has not really disrupted the current passage of play, because despite the departure of Rubangakeni Ronald, Samuel Ahaisiwe says it's okay. My opening partner is gone, but I can still do the task. And now you feel that the captain has missed something bringing back a spin at the moment, because the batters look to be in the mood. Short and quick, but a much better ball there from Simon Okecho. He makes Rubangakeni to lean back on his foot. When you look at the previous 2 maximums that he has been scoring, he has been standing and delivering, picking it up with a bounce and sending it all the way to the boundary. Final ball of the over, a little short and cut away, but there is a deep point fielder. Good fielding, and they will take a single. Ahaisiwe will maintain strike, and at the end of the 6th over, 38 for a loss of 1 is the score, and 52 more needed in 14. Oloka Pius there returning to bowl, and now he's bowling express pace. He's been bowling some cutters previously, but because he has now a liberty of using 4 fielders, he has deployed 3rd man and fine leg, and he has another fielder waiting at deep mid wicket. all the fielders front of the square are inwards because his balls will be swinging back. So it means the ball is swinging back and the batters are rushed into the shot, they can only edge. Stepping far away from the ball, not a very good technique there from Haisiwe Samuel. You need to make sure that the pad and bat are close to the ball. But it is a dot ball. Pass Oloka going pace off a little on that delivery. 21 off 12 for Haisiwe Samuel and 2 off 5 for Devansh Patel. 52 more needed in 13.4 overs for the Uganda U-19 to pull off a sweet win. I tell you, if they do win this one, this victory will always echo in their heads. It goes hard, but doesn't find any timing, and it will be a dot ball. Much better over there from Pass Oloka. Pass Oloka knows there was damage done the previous over, the 2 maximums hit by Samuel Ahisiwe. So when you pick up some dot balls here, it means you're sending back the pressure to the under-19 team. So it is clearly a very good plan in terms of bowling for him. He knows right at the back of his head that they are not working with so many runs, so they can't afford to give away anything easy. A little cheeky, but into the gap, and they will take the single. And what I love about Samuel Ahisiwe is that when you look at the previous ball that he missed, he tried to overhit. But now, as soon as he just looks for the timing and placement, he picks up the single. Somehow using his wrist, and now brings back Devansh Patel on strike. What a shot there from Devansh Patel, just guiding it its way. But it picks up the field at third man, and that's why he was really put there. Devansh Patel aligning up the ball and trying to swing through the line, but it doesn't time nicely. But they will settle for the single, bringing up the 40 runs as a team total. One more delivery to play in this over. As Oloka knows that every time you get back to your run up very quickly, you don't allow the batters to settle in. So as soon as he gets the ball, he gets back to his run up, ready to make a mark again for the Uganda emerging. Shimmy down the track there by Ahisiwe and hits that one all the way. Vacant cow corner, but even though the cow corner fielder was there, it could have gone all the way. And it is a maximum. Samuel Ahisiwe looks to be in the mood, and that maximum will bring us to the end of the over. 7 gone and 46 for 1 is the score. Bowling change for the Uganda emerging team. Jonathan Nyiro will be now coming into the attack, replacing Simon Okecho, who was a little expensive, pricey in his previous over. Yesterday, Nyiro bowled only 4 overs, 1 maiden. He conceded 14 runs and picked up 2 wickets, but his economy, 3.50, was gold dust for him. And you look at most of the wickets that he got against that Rwanda under-19 outfit, you clearly give him a chance of making sure that he now comes back and keeps some bit of pressure to the batters. Nyiro also an OB of Ginger SS, typical Habibu Mugalula product. Trying to hit that one away. And the misfield will give them the second run. One thing they need to remember, the emerging players, is that they don't have so many runs to work with, so they can't afford to give away many of those. Jonathan Nyiro, last season he was with Rounders Cricket Club, and he was part of that team that played for Uganda under-19 during the qualifiers last year. But today he said, no, let me first go back to home. He went and he's currently playing for Jack, Ginger Association of Cricket Clubs. But another handy all-rounder. And if you want a bowler who can pick for you wickets, Jonathan Nyiro is one of those few bowlers. Extra cover, third man, cow corner, and deep mid-wicket. Cuts that one over the head of the fielder that covers. Fielder running in from the deep, and they come back for a double. Good rotation of strike. Devansh Patel. His highest score in this tournament has been 3, but he looks to be now finding the runs, and it will be a positive for him as he continues motoring on. This tournament will come to an end tomorrow as the Rwanda under-19 squares off against the Uganda under-19. 3 losses for Rwanda under-19 on trot. They will be hoping that they can bounce back. But so many lessons for them to carry back home. 40 runs needed by Uganda under-19 to pick up this win. He's gone pace off Nyiro Jonathan and he's gone away with it. Clearly right under the watch of Devansh Patel. Good line ball there by Jonathan Nyiro. He will be hoping he can still bowl that line, the line of uncertainty. 4th stump, 5th stump. Because when you're bowling there, the batters are caught between cutting, off drive, leave it alone. He's gone passive again and he's picked up the dirty ball. Typical of pace bowlers, every time they see you getting out of your crease, they'll try and hunt. But now for Devansh Patel, the deep mid-wicket fielder in Paul Mulonga is standing very, very close to the deep square leg area because Devansh has been showing that he can get underneath the ball. So you need to make sure that your catching options are right in a very, very good place to catch. A quiet passage of play, but 14 more needed in 12.2 overs for the under-19 to pick up a memorable win and remain unbeaten in the tournament. Wicket. It is the middle stump that is uprooted, beaten completely by the pace there, Devansh Patel. And the second wicket goes. His struggles, Devansh Patel, continue. Uganda under-19 lose another wicket, and it will be the son of Ritesh Patel who falls. 50 runs for a loss of 3 is where the Uganda under-19 stand at the moment. Robert Owili, from a cricketing family, he has 2 brothers who are playing cricket. One, Wilfred Ogwanga, who is also the head coach of the Soroti Cricket Academy. His other brother, Ronald Omara, was part of the team which played for Uganda under-19 in the World Cup in 2022, and he also plays cricket, previously with Soroti Cricket Club, but currently with Ceylon Lions Cricket Club, where he is also doing a lot of good work developing the game in that area of Kamengo. Robert Owili, 79 off 110 in the first match of this series against Rwanda. Returned and scored 34 of 53 in the second game against Rwanda. He is one of the consistent players in their roles. He's been playing the number 4 role. Last season he was with Bodo Cricket Club, but currently he is with Park Shaheen's Cricket Club. We do have a league game on Sunday, but now here he is. No foot movement there from him, but that ball going down the leg, and it will be wides. Nyiro Jonathan bowling it a little closer to Robert Owili. But in the cricket, Uganda Men's 50 over league action this weekend. Saturday at Lugogo, Ginger SS will play Soroti City. And on Sunday, Mukono Warriors, Ceylon Lions Division 1 at Lugogo. Nairo Avengers at this very ground on Sunday. Whereas Rounders, Jack, Ginger SS, Tornado Bees, Abojo at Serenity, and Chennai Park Shaheens at Florida. The only difference for Robert Owili in this game and in the previous games, this game he's going hard, yet in the previous games he has been trying to make sure that he grows into the game, knock ball around. But we've come to the end of the 8th over and the scoreboard reads 51 for a loss of 2. The captain for the Uganda under-19 comes back into the attack. Yesterday picked up 4 wickets against the Rwanda under-19 team. And now he returns to make sure that he makes a mark. Nwagaba Edwin. And an interesting field setup there for him. Cow corner, long on, long off, and extra cover. Samuel Ahis, who has been looking a little comfortable with 28 of 15, is now on strike. Well guided into the gap at mid-wicket, and they will take the single. Just aligning the ball very nice and using his wrist. Get it into the gap. Same field setup for Robert Owili. Owili manages to play it over Nyiro Jonathan, and it rolls all the way to the boundary at Cow corner. Breaks the shackles and gets off the mark with the boundary. He is not someone you can quickly stop when he gets going, Robert Owili. But what a pickup shot there from him. A little fool from Edwin Nwagaba, trying to see him flight it up in the air. And some changes have been made in the field. Nyiro Jonathan moving from mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, and Polo Mulongo coming up from extra cover to covers. On the back foot, but good fielding there from Robert Ajuna. Robert Ajuna, another wicket-keeper option who is not being used in this game. Him and Amos Ahura not getting the opportunity to keep, and it is Cyrus Kahulu who's doing the business behind. A little uppish, but it lands safe at square leg, and they do take the single. Robert Owili looking very, very comfortable in finding the runs. Pinning him on the back foot, but I see Samuel will get the gap at Cow corner. And another single. They know Edwin Nwagaba always gets wickets, so they don't want to give him any. Just making sure that they are motoring the ball around. Where it goes, but there is a fielder. Makes a mess of it, drops the catch, and also throws it away, sending it to the boundary. Unacceptable fielding standards here if you are an emerging player. Cardinal sin. You cannot be forgiven by anyone. Jaffa Ochaya making a mess of that one. What could have been an opportunity of picking up another wicket and sending the pressure back to the under-19 results into a boundary 4. And brings us to the end of the 9th over with the scoreboard reading 62 for a loss of 2. 28 more needed in 66 balls for the win. Jonathan Nyiro will be coming back to bowl his second over. A wicket in his first over. He's pinned Devansh Patel off the very final ball. Sorry, not the final ball, but off the third ball of the over. And now he returns for his second, bowling it into the surface. It's a much better line there from Jonathan Nyiro. He needs just ball it into the surface and close to the body line to make sure that he checks so Ahisiwe can pull. It is done brilliantly well. Nyiro, Jonathan. He's picked up the dot ball. The dot balls in this game are gold dust, but 28 more needed for the under-19 team to pick up the win. That bouncer again, but this time round judged wide by the umpire. Way out of the thumb line towards the offside. And Jeremiah Alpha Adoa stretches out his arms. 27 more needed in 65 balls. It is a calm innings here. But the under-19 still finding the runs. He wanted to go for a pedal, but he exposes his leg stump. Yellow Jonathan uproots it, and it is another wicket. Not sure why he was going for an improvising shot. Very, very uncalled for. But being younger, you can be forgiven for some things. He was really looking so comfortable, Samuel Ahisiwe. But you would feel that he has given out his wicket to Jonathan Nyiro. Nyiro with his second wicket and figures of 4 for 2 after 1.2 overs. And the emerging team picks up the third wicket. Something for them to celebrate. But 27 of 10.4 overs. As Abraze Mir Ali walks on to replace Samuel Ahisiwe. Abraze Mir Ali studies from Aga Khan International School down in Oldie, Kampala. Plays for Avengers Cricket Club. He scored 37 of 59 in the first game against the Rwanda under-19. And against this in the first game, and in the second game he scored only 5. But he was part of that team that played for Uganda under-19 in the under-19 World Cup qualifiers, Africa Division 1 last year in Lagos. A batter by trade. He only bowls at his school outfit, but we didn't see him with the ball because in his team, he is in the team as a batter. And with the 27 runs needed in 64 balls, the Press will be hoping that he can get his team to that mark of picking up the victory. Changes being made in the field. Third man introduced and longer on coming up. Dot ball there, extra cover, deep mid wicket, and third man at the boundary raiders. His team Avengers Cricket Club, Abraze Ali, they will be squaring off against Nehru Cricket Club at this fair ground on Sunday. Another interesting match to look out for. A little on the back foot, but he manages to put it into the gap. Good running as they return for the second. A little wide to the fielder at third man, giving them a chance to run for the second one. And the deficit quickly reducing to 25 in 62 balls. The only miracle that can give the Uganda emerging victory is them picking up wickets. Dot balls may not see them wrap up the match. Clearly 89 runs were a little at the end of the first innings. And now the Uganda under-19 team chancing themselves to pick up this win. Jonathan Sebanya and Baraka Tuyamwesi will be the happiest if this win goes their way. Lofted drive, beating the field that covers. Does it go all the way to the boundary? No. Some good fielding, but they will take the double. But he looked to him too much control, playing that shot. Just passing with its bounce and manages to roll his wrist through, beating Simon Okecho at short covers. and they go for a double. Wickets have fallen, and I tell you, every time wickets fall and you have a chance to be a hero, you always come out and do the work. But Abraze Ali trying to make sure that he finds the runs. And at this time, they don't need to overhit the ball. They need to just make sure that they find placement, find the gaps, and keep scoring on here. Left alone, but it is called wide by the umpire. Jonathan Nyiro now all over the place. We've been seeing him bowling to the leg side and to the off side. Yet in such a game, you need to make sure that you get one consistent line. At the toss, Edwin Wagaba, the captain for the Uganda Emerging, was very happy, saying that we shall be batting first. But they have themselves to blame. They gave away some quick wickets to the under-19 team. The formidable batters in the team really failed to get out of the blocks in this one. There is an appeal of LBW. Plumb and given by the umpire. Umpire Jeremiah Alpha Ado are taking his time to see, is it the go ball pitched in line, impact in line, wickets hitting, and in the end the finger raises up. Abraze Ali departs. Now it's turning out to be very interesting as the under-19 team of Uganda loses the 4th wicket. More 22 needed in as many as 60 balls as we come to the end of over number 10 at the halfway mark. 68 for a loss of 4 is the score. The new batter in is the captain for the Uganda under-19 team, Daniel Alex Rubanga Kenny, currently a student at St. John's Secondary School, Namuyenje, down in Chungu, Mukono. In the first game against one, they scored 24 of 39, and in the second game he was beaten with 17 runs. Daniel Alex Rubanga Kenny, given a very big task of leading this side, but Nwagaba Edwin coming back to bowl his 3rd over. Rubanga Kenny Daniel plays for St. John's SS Cricket Club, and in the past he's also played for the Northern Knights, one of the teams currently non-existent. Played some bit of league. That team used to hail from Gulu, and this man started his career practicing at the St. Joseph's College Laibi down in Gulu City. Daniel Rubanga Kenny before joining St. John's SS. Full access there to the ball by Robert Owili, and down to the boundary, but they will take a bit of a fumble there from Amos Ahura, but you can forgive him for it because he is a wicket-keeper batter for Abojo Cricket Club. He is always behind with the gloves. So every time you see him in the infield, there's some bit of struggle there for him because the ball moves differently in different places on the pitch. And for Robert Owili's muscles and power, he goes hard. Beaten by the turn and bounce there. Good thinking from Edwin Wagaba. Rubanga Kenny is the new man in before he starts moving his feet. Try and bowl a quick one, and the quick one works for him to pick up the dirty ball. Good shot there from Rubanga Kenny, and it is a dirty ball. 21 more needed in 9.2. A little fall. This time round, full patches. And it is a single. Rubanga Kenny off the mark. 20 more needed for the win. Tomorrow, Rwanda under-19 will be in action taking on Uganda under-19, the final game of this tournament. This particular game being reduced to 20 overs aside because of a heavy downpour here at Entebbe Cricket Oval. Baleka Mobile being one of the sponsors for this tournament. And as we come to the end of over number 11, 70-4 is the score. They looked as though they were going to make a bowling change. They looked as though they were going to bring Kitdan Amani into the attack. But Kitdan Amani not coming into the attack, and Jonathan Niro returning there for the Uganda emerging team. Some good wheels on him there. Toulouse down the leg and it's wides. Now the required for the win dropping to 19. If they picked up so many wickets early in the game, the Uganda emerging would have had a very big chance of picking up the win, but somehow it didn't happen. Well placed into the gap there by Daniel Alex Lubanga Kenny, and he will take the single. He looks to be in too much control while playing. And the plan working out for him so far. Now required for the win is 18. Robert Owili doing the number 4 role. We've seen players like Stephen Smith coming in at number 4 for Australia in ODI cricket. Number 4, a role where you don't know when you will come in. Sometimes you come in when wickets are falling early and you have to do rebuilding work. But now this game already swinging in the favor for the Uganda under 19. Only a few wickets here and there could maybe bring back the emerging team in the game, but as it stands, the percentage where it goes, there is a fielder, gives himself a chance of taking the catch, but it is not taken. The emerging players will have themselves to blame because of the opportunity they have not taken. There were some bit of half chances that they could have held on to, but these half chances not being taken. Simon Okecho going back to console Jaffa Ocha because Jaffa has dropped his second opportunity, and what could have been a catch results into a double. Touch and go, and they do take the single. Now 15 more for the win. Some good wills there on Robert Owili and Daniel Alex Lubanga Kenny. Lubanga Kenny, if you are so critical, there is another one can open the batting. Lubanga Kenny, Ronald. These two namesakes. Just making sure that they do the work for the Uganda under 19 team. Now Alex, a very calm man. When you look at his innings so far, he has been always showing some bit of composure. Plays it a little late. Wait was the initial call, but the half dive there from Edwin Nwagaba coming in when the ball was running down to 30 man. And good running as they pick up a double, reducing what is needed for the win to 13. Wangaken Daniel now finding the runs, and Pius Oloka quickly walks to go and have some bit of a chat with Nilo Jonathan. Because when you see that Nilo Jonathan has been bowling outside off stump, and because the batters know that when you bowl outside off stump, the ball will not hit my wickets, they try to make sure that they take you on. So at least you try and bowl straight or hit closer to the batter to make sure that you keep the wickets into play. Even if you hit, it is okay. If they miss hitting you, it's you who hits. Sticking on that line, and that will be a dot ball, but much better there from Nilo Jonathan. He comes and bowls some express pace to make sure that Lubanga Kenny, Daniel Alex is not so comfortable. 13 more needed in 8.1 overs for the under-19 team to pick up a win, a memorable win. Cricket Uganda making some immediate interventions after last year's unsuccessful campaign. Last year after the boys' nationals, there was a boys' camp, a 10-day camp held at Nyakasura School. And later after that camp, this year, before this tournament, these boys have been in camp at Lugogo Cricket Oval, making sure that they do sharpen their skills. And what the camps do is that because in development you're dealing with a very big number, but in camp it is something to do with high performance, to do with quality, to do with the skills. People are finding their roles. They batter number fours and know that this is what I'm supposed to do in the game. So this camps being very, very great initiative there by the Federation. But as we come to the end of over number 12, 78 for a loss of 4 is the score. And more 12 will be needed from 8 overs for victory. Nwagava Edwin comes back into the attack, but is sent away. Picks up on that one very nicely. Robert Owili, at the start of this over, it was 12 needed for the win. And now a half of those ones have been gotten by Robert Owili in one shot. Nwagava Edwin failing to find a wicket. Yesterday he picked up 4 against Rwanda under 19. But Robert Owili says, if you toss it, I will go hard for you. He sent that one to the boundary. 6 more now needed for the win. What a performance there from the Uganda under 19 as they are moments away from victory. It will be a miracle of very big margin that can give the emerging team victory. Changes being made in the field, long off coming up. Robert Owili. Oh, that could have been a chance by Edwin Nwagava, but they have been dropping down many. Another opportunity there given to Edwin to take, and another one dropped. Owili will take the single, and now 5 more needed for the win. The under-19 boys already feel it coming. 14 off 11 for Robert Owili. Dot ball. A bit of a releaser there from Nwagava. Another dot ball, because the 19 boys know that it's just a matter of time. They already have one hand onto this victory. There was a run-out chance. Is it completed? Yes. Daniel Rubanga Kenny running himself out, and out of nothing, the Uganda emerging pick up another wicket. Nothing much to celebrate for, because they feel that 5 more runs will be very hard for them to defend. But out he goes, Rubanga Kenny, a well-crafted 12 off 9, and running himself into traffic. 50th wicket goes, and 85 for a loss of 5 is the score. Richard Sohera is the new batter in for the Uganda under-19 team. The left-hander there walking in for the under-19 team of Uganda. 5 runs needed for the win. One more ball remaining in this Edwin Wagaba over, and Richard Soeda, the new batter, is in. Dotty ball. And we head into the next over. 13 overs gone, and 85 for 5 is the score. Bowling change for the Uganda emerging, and it's Keith Dani Amani who comes into the attack. He was the most economic for Uganda yesterday. He bowled at an economy of 1.40. He bowled 5 overs and conceded only 7 runs, 1 maiden and 26 dot balls. But you feel that he might have come in a little late, because 7 more runs are needed in 7 overs for the victory. Maybe he could try and push the game to the next over. Current run rate 6.54. Robert Owen with 13 of 13. And I'm not sure what Keith Dunn will be bowling, but the fielder who was down at third man comes up and is joining that slip cordon, Amos Ahura. Deep mid wicket, cow corner, long on, long off at the boundary for Robert Owili. Power there from Robert Owili, and they are pushing quickly. Richard Sohera already returning for the second one. 2 runs taken, and now 3 more for the win. Proper hit away for the Uganda under 19 to seal off a memorable victory. What a game we did have on the cards. Somehow you would feel that the rains couldn't have allowed us to have something, but 3 more needed in 41 balls, with Robert Owili on strike, a hit away, a bit shaky near land edge to the field at point. Robert Owili a little uncomfortable hitting that borderline, and it is a dot ball. Samuel Wahaisibwe did the job for the Uganda under 19, 30 off 19. Ronald Rubangakene 14 off 21. Robert Owili still unbeaten with his 15 off 14. And Daniel Rubangakeni's 12 off 9 cannot go unmentioned. Proper hit away for the victory. The fielder who was at deep mid wicket now goes to deep square leg, Paul Mulongo. Trying to give him a ball to hit, but it is a dot ball. Keeping it in the good areas and still dragging the game on. Straight to the fielder, and it is another dot ball. Keith Danamani keeping the emerging team alive in this match. Nothing coming easy the way for the Uganda under 19, but they need just more 3 runs to pick up the win. But the Uganda emerging team will have themselves to blame. Somehow 89 was always going to be a small total, and a few chances have been created and put down by the fielders. Many half chances also not taken, something for them to regret, the emerging players. Touch and go there from Robert Owili, and now 2 more for the win. A few fielders from their dugout already on their feet because they know that it is coming home. The left-handed Richard Sohera now on strike. Some familiar people coming here to watch this beautiful game of cricket. Into one of the beautiful venues that we do have for the game near the lakeside, a cool breeze. You enjoy all the weathers It was raining in the morning, sometimes it was cloudy, and now it is shining again. But Sohera Richard there, 2 more needed from 6.1. All the fielders are inside the circle for Richard Sohera. Guiding that one to Mulongo Paul at short third man, and it is a dirty ball. What Kithdan Amani's over does is that it helps us to see another over. End of the 14th, 88 for 5 is the score, with the 2 more runs needed in as many as 36 balls. Oloka, who bowled 3 overs and conceded 14 runs, picking up a single wicket, will now come to bowl the 15th over of this game. He's been bowling some good lines in this match. Touch and go. And now the scores are level. 89 for 5. Uganda under 19. They just need 1 run to seal off this victory. Sohera Richard with just 1 run to get to help under 19 Uganda pick up the win. Backward of the square, and that will be the run. Bowling it into the surface there. Pius Oloka, that in the end guided by Richard Sohera backward of the square to seal off a memorable 5 wickets victory against the Uganda emerging. They played a few practice series games and they weren't so lucky. It is game, set and match, and it is Uganda under 19 who pick up the win by 5 wickets, remain unbeaten in this tournament. The emerging team has won the toss and opted to bat first, but the decision quickly backfiring and nothing coming their favor. Bear hugs, unhappy handshakes, but it is a victory. And when you look at the match summary there, Jaffa Ocha really came into the batting lineup and playing 11 for the Uganda emerging and scored runs, 33 of 31, well supported by Pius Oloka's 16 of 20. Edwin Nwagaba also contributed 15 of 17, but Larry Itagi, very unplayable. He bowled 2.5 overs, picked up 3 wickets and gone for just 8 runs. Richard Sohera bowled 4 overs, picked up 3 wickets and conceded 16. Jackson Asko, really expensive in his spell. He went for 28, but he picked up 2 wickets for 28 runs in 4 overs. In response, Samuel Ahisi were holding matters in his hands, 30 off 19. Robert Oweri unbeaten with 17 off 19. And an earlier contribution there from Ronald Rubangakene, 14 off 21. Jonathan Nyiro bowled 3 overs, conceded 13 and picked up 3 wickets. Whereas Pius Oloka only picked up a single wicket in 3.2 overs. But a 5 wickets comprehensive victory going the way of the Uganda under 19. Tomorrow, action continues in this tournament as the Uganda under 19 will be squaring off against the Rwanda under 19. My name is Ivan Cyprian Sajabi. I've been telling you the beautiful stories here from the Lakeside Oval. This game, set and match, and a wrap up for match day number 4 of the high performance practice series.